Hope you're all having a beautiful day, this wonderful Saturday day. Saturday day. Let me start it off in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing me here to hang out with my friends, to stream, to do all the things. I pray that you bless this day, you bless my hands, you bless my mind, you bless my mouth, my tongue, so that whoever may come in here, they may be inspired by what I do, Lord, and maybe those who are in youth can be inspired to do what maybe you're calling them to do, God, make games. Or whatever it is that you're calling them to do, God. I also ask that you help those less fortunate than us, God, and if someone comes in the stream and they want to talk about your son Christ of Nazareth, that you give me the words I need to say to direct them to him, Lord, so that it be inspired, and it'd be words that are inspired and breathed by you. In the name and blood of your son Christ of Nazareth, amen. Alright guys, let's kick it. Let's get into it. Okay, so just a quick update on what we've accomplished throughout the week. I know I haven't been streaming, but I've still been working on the game jam whenever I can. So, one, we have our inventory, and if you notice what's up with me, and at the top right, we have resources now. And these resources can be gathered from the cloud control screen. Right, these are all just currently being worked out, but as you can see, as we pick up these resources, they get added to our resources. There's some updates we're going to need to make to the cloud world in regard to the spawns, but regardless, let's get out of this. I'll just add some fungi directly. But you'll see that those resources carry over to this area, and we can use these resources to make things. If we don't have the resources, it just doesn't give you anything in your hand. Secondly, we now have a way to dispense these into their designated area. We do need to work on... You are participating in a game jam? Yes, I am. It's a portfolio game jam. It's on itch.io. If you haven't, I'd highly go check it out, submit it, and keep using it as a way to build a game and build up a portfolio for yourself, right? Gives you the opportunity to work with other people too. We've also have a main menu now. It's nothing great, but we're not in the polished state. We're just implementing these things, okay? So we can start game from here. We have our menu, quit to menu, or we can quit game. So we've accomplished a lot of little things throughout the weeks. But yeah, so far that's it. I'm gonna want to update my thing here. Scroll. Let's go ahead. Another one. Mouse over, hover. We're gonna need to decline or what's a good word for this, chat? Like, you want to use something denied a sound that plays when the player tries to interact with something touchy. We'll do like error. I'm gonna go ahead in my updates and add an update here. As you can see, it's been a while since I've had an update for, what is it, 25, 2026. I also apologize, the sound. I apologize for not streaming throughout the week. I had family here, and I was so blessed to have my family here, man. It was amazing to fellowship with my father. Feeling pretty sick today and having a test tomorrow. I won't stay for long. Gotta have good rest. I understand that completely, man, and we appreciate you being here for however long you can be here, man. I just want to pray for you really quick. Dear Heavenly Father, I come to you now asking that you help my friend Amin, Lord. We prayed earlier that whoever comes in here, that we could bless them, Heavenly Father. And I feel like we can do that right now in prayer. So I pray that in the name and blood of your Son, Christ of Nazareth, that you would heal him and help him tomorrow in his test, Father. May he wake up feeling energized and ready to tackle the day. In the name and blood of your Son, Christ of Nazareth, amen. So for sound, in this one pager here, in sound, we're going to go ahead and I'm actually going to copy block link here. And we're going to say
Apple Card is a no-fee credit card that you can apply for right from the wallet app on your iPhone.
Added
Credit approval.
an error
APRs for Apple Card range from 17.49% to 27.74% based on credit worthiness. Rates as of January 1st, 2026. Existing customers can view their variable APR in the wallet app or at card.apple.com. Apple Card issued by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, Salt Lake City branch. Terms and more at applecard.com.
On the sound page. Oink. Thank you. Have a great day and good luck for the game jam. Thank you, man. I'll need it. You have a great rest. You have a great rest of your day, right? Because it's the day, but you're going to be resting throughout the day. The rest of it, you know? What's up? Laugh. But with that being said, we have our things. Kind of want to add a margin to this E here, and maybe give it some more like customizability. Don't know if that's a word, but we're going with it. Let's go ahead and add that chunk. Let's add that chunk. We're going to draw as an image. No, we're not. We're actually going to be drawing as a rounded box. And in here, we're going to do a fixed radius. And we are going to do like 5, 5, 5, 5. As you can see, that's not doing like a whole lot. It's not doing a whole lot. We do our border. We're going to do another rounded box with a fixed radius. And that is going to be what, like 10? Let's do a border. Honestly, I don't know why I've gone ahead and done this. Oof. Is that why? What is this? 430? Let's do 500 by 500. Would you mind dropping the game link so I can check your game? I'll be dropping one of those later on, man. I know that might sound a little disappointing, but I really want to try and, when I drop it, have something that's like super fun for you guys to play. But do not fear, it will occur at some time. I kind of really want to chunkify all this to keep in alignment with the current thing we have going on. Everything is kind of like bubbly wobbly, and I want to keep that consistent throughout the entirety of it. Let's do 25. No, 25. Not 25T. 25. 25. Then we're actually, I think what we're gonna do, guys, is that we're actually in the padding here for this guy is we're gonna put that in a little bit more. Make it more bouncy. And then for the E, we can actually use the thing. I'm gonna have to use our handy thingy, Stuart, calm your brain, dog. You're gonna hear the dog barking at barking, you barker. Charles Barkley over here, barking, doing bark. We're gonna keep that white actually, but what we're gonna want to do is change this to Sheesh Louise. Why does it keep doing that? By the way, guys, sorry if you're saying something, I'm not responding. I will get back to you soon. Just give me a moment, please. I'm currently trying to do some things, and my dog is annoying me. Second. Shush! These dogs, man, these dogs wanna get me angry today. They wanna get me angry. They want me all, you know? Where is the black coming from? We got our outline, our brush. Our brush is white here. I don't see any darkness. Look, we can change the, like... That don't make no sense, man. That's because right here. We're gonna have to switch things up. Although I don't like the flow of it all. Alright, I'm gonna freak out on these animals. I had to look them in the eyes, give them the, this is your dad speaking look. This is your daddy speaking. You better listen, boy. You better listen, boy. You're gonna get it.
Performed by real kids. What are people saying?
You're gonna get it, boy. You know what? Let's try flippity bobbing these. Let's flippity bobby these colors really quick. Okay, thank you for still having that open.
Discount furniture.
I think that looks a lot better. But you know, with the E, why don't we we're gonna have to try it like that. Do like this nice subtle. Thank you. I don't know why it changed. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy on me. I'm getting aggravated this morning. Look how hard that is to see. Awesome. Structured log. Windows error output device. Awesome. Lord, I rebuke the devil, dude. In the name and blood of Christ of Nazareth. He's mad I prayed today. He's mad. He's mad I started off in prayer. He's been hating for a while. Lurking. I hope. Okay, So this is way too, what's the word? In the outlines, we don't want no outlines. But the colors themselves are just not, they're not good enough for what we need. They're not good enough. Stuart! My dogs are... You're gonna have to forgive them, chat. They got dog brains. They got dog brains. Small little brains. Come on, dude. Is that what I clicked? I don't remember doing that. I'm getting hangry, even though I ate this morning. I'm getting hangry. Watch this game gonna break now. Oh, basic fatal log. Alright, let's just... I don't even know what's going on now. The devil's mad hating in the chat. The devil's mad hating every day. In the name of blood of Nazareth, I'm rebuking you here today. Might have to do something if it keeps acting up. Relatively interesting, but I'm gonna actually make these like double the size. Then this text, what I'm gonna do, actually before I do any of that, I'm gonna test how this looks. Like little micro changes. And it's interesting the look that we're getting. And it doesn't matter, like, even this is not being transparent realistically. I mean, if we click play, we go to the game.
Best Buy Business.
Everyone's looking for that. You know, a laptop that's modern and light but doesn't skimp on performance. With me, I have the Samsung Galaxy Book 6 Pro. It's just
and I don't know why
this thing right here.
I don't know why the white is so weak.
Tasks without slowing down.
And I know it's because it's being influenced by the light in the game.
Series 3 processor, a 5th gen NPU
so
for all things AI,
that's like my
really
least favorite thing
and that's
about
the power of Samsung with Intel inside. Now check out this bold redesign. Super slick,
having something in the world
like
is then you have to consider.
And the trackpad is pretty cool. Has tactical feedback that gives me that satisfying touch. So this has a dynamic AMOLED 2X display, which allows my work to really come alive. Packed with up to 1,000 nits of HDR brightness and supports a lot of colors.
Widget, one-sided.
Perfect to keep your masterpieces true to life. Plus, the 120 Hz dynamic refresh keeps everything looking rich, fluid, and buttery. If you're like me, you move around a lot when you work. From home,
we want like I think it's a translucent look.
Often. With AI-powered vision booster, it kicks into adapt, keeping all the details that I want to see. If I'm in a heavy workload or deep in the trenches, it's still chill. They upgraded the vapor chamber with 3 designed fans and vents, which helps keep temps down and performance steady. Imagine never having to hump for a cable again.
The translucent one
on your Galaxy phone, all those photos,
make
videos,
it look
and
a little bit
show up on your PC. You can open, edit, and save things like it's all on one device. Oh, I can't forget. You've got to check out the new AI Select and Intelligent Search features. I can just circle an image to get more information about it. Then when I'm trying to find a file, I can just naturally describe what I need, like, where's the marketing strategy file I started last year? So if you're super creative, all about productivity, or probably both, check out bestbuy.com or the app to see where you can find the Samsung Galaxy Book 6 Pro in-store and experience it for yourself. See you next time.
No Nick now. Poor guy. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to fix this, right? Like this. Stuart! For the last time! These animals, dude. They're animals. They got those little acorn brains. I can't be mad at them, you know? They can't help it. Like, you can go and tell them, they're just like... You know, like just straight up little tiny brain just floating in that. That's all. Little floating brain. So one task that I'm gonna have to tackle here is like the building. Trying to figure out how we're gonna make this work too. How do we make this work? Oh yeah, I do kind of want to make these actors translucent. That's another thing we can do before we so what I mean by that is, like, let's say I go to build something, I want this guy that I'm placing to be translucent, right? And what that's going to involve is me making a dynamic material.
Usually getting a phone for $0 is too good to be true. A hassle, but not at Verizon. Now, when you make the switch to Verizon, America's best network, you can get the
I want
Samsung
placements
Galaxy
too,
S26
so we need
Ultra
to, I
for
think what I want to
$0.
do is
No
work
drama,
on like a
no
build,
hassles. No trade-in needed when you get a new line on an unlimited ultimate plan. Talk about a no-brainer.
like a build
Best network based on root metrics.
menu.
Best overall mobile network performance. US 2H 2025. All rights reserved. See Verizon.com for details.
We're which is great because I'm getting more experience with like a user widget. We are gonna need a build menu or a like crafting menu of some sorts. Do like some type of overlay of some sort. You know, honestly, probably do a size box. Stuart, stop barking. Overlay. We add this overlay in. I feel like supercharged and energized. How big is this boy? About 500. I think that's pretty good. And I'm trying to think how I want to build this. For now, I'll just put it to a button, and we can do it like that instead of getting too crazy. But we are gonna need something. And then we can start working on like withering. press E. I'm trying to consider like what I want to do. Shush. Shush. It does never ends, dude. I used to think Stuart was the smart one, but now I'm starting to feel like he's the dumbest. Hello? We gotta do like a build. Let's go into here. Sorry, I'm like... So there is, I need to contemplate like building
more immersive fandom comes alive at Universal Fan Fest nights. Discover new experiences featuring the best of sci-fi, fantasy, gaming, and anime. Get your tickets now at universalstudioshollywood.com. Select nights starting April 23rd.
Wakey wakey. The Saja Boys breakfast meal.
Building.
With spicy Saja McMuffin, hash browns, photo cards, and
Let's go ahead and copy,
so
copy
forget
link.
tricks. Pick our meal.
At participating McDonald's while supplies last.
Building works differently depending on the item that you are trying to build in place. For world adjacent to an already placed item. Object that has already been placed. So how do I differentiate between like a world object and a crafter? Two other. Goes on world tile. World or can only be placed on top of a cloud tile. Cosmetic. Only be placed on top of I guess we should like break this down into like size, or I guess we could even a simple 1x1 tile. A simple 1x1 tile object that expands. An object that expands the cloud and gives you more room to roam can only be placed adjacent to other clouds or other objects. Cosmetic objects, an object that can only be placed on top of a tile. An object that expands. So we have some things that we need to contemplate, chat. For one, how are we gonna make this? And as well as some rules. We have some rules. There's different types of interactable objects. How do we make these rules for those objects? What's the universal rule? Let's break down the big rules. The big rules is placing and cloud ties all cloud tiles. Rule all of these. Rule get based.
Zyrtec presents Zyrtalk with
Yeah, this is gonna be a big
Spring
take
allergies are ramping up,
undertaking,
so
chat.
here are some
Big
tips for how to prepare for
undertaking.
them. Avoid outdoor activities in the early morning when pollen count is at its highest.
So we're gonna need to find a way
With air
to.
conditioners and air purifiers. It's also important to check the weather and pollen count, as dry, windy days can increase pollen in the air. And of course, take Zyrtec.
Make like
for
some
allergy
grid.
symptoms.
So that's easy,
Find
you know.
Zyrtec
You
at your
just
favorite
get
retailer.
the size of a grid, and then you just expand off there. But the thing is that we don't need to store certain information, but we do. So we're always going to need a grid. That way we don't have to store information on each and every single object. So I'm really trying to fathom. I've never done a grid system before. I mean, I have, but I did it kind of weirdly. Part of me wants to do the little more BPs this time around, but another part of me is like, it's probably better if I make a grid. Make a new plugin, add new plugin, Unreal plugin, new plugin, grid, Nazareth, grid.
Hello.
Like, there's a free asset that does this already. And it's free? That's crazy. Pretty crazy. I'm just like looking up stuff. You know how we do it though, we like to do this in-house. Because the way I'm thinking about it right now is that we need to find a way, like, we could always discuss, like, oh, here's a point, and then everything is, you know, based off of this, right? But we need to make a box, kind of, so anytime, like, we're in this area, it's gonna grab this. Alright.
Are you the kind of person who knows things?
So we need to see if something's in here.
You can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website. Well, now you are that person, because now you definitely know you can get a domain from Squarespace.
So I need it
like
to
whisperingboom.com for your silent retreat. Or
One.
whisperingboom.com for your shouting retreat. Whatever
Then we
your
could
dream,
always.
a Squarespace
what would
domain and
be-
website brings it to life, all in one place.
This is gonna have.
Get yours before it's
4.
gone with offer code Make It
We
Real
have
for 10%
1,
off your domain or
2,
website. Terms and conditions
3,
apply.
4. And these are all going to be like vector 2 coordinates. But we also want to discuss like what space this is in. Had to come through, do some stuff. I think we can get the center of that by finding this and then donkey, but maybe I am overcomplicating it a bit. I'd like to be able to have a lot of control over this in the future, though. Which is why I'm kind of thinking about it a little bit more abstractly, because I could just base it off of one BP, put the BP down, and then, like, you know, it just goes off of everything. But the idea is when we place something, we're going to want to merge those objects together. Yeah. Dear Heavenly Father, please help me.
Hello. Today I want to show you how I make building placement in Grid. In this feature, I can place building in Grid. I can rotate building. I can cancel building placement action. I can delete building.
But it looks like there's some issues. It's just...
Let me review the files that I already have. I had an enumeration called game state that has idle, placing building, and selecting building. And a cell state enumeration that has idle, can place, cannot place, and selected. In the building type enumeration, I had vertical, horizontal, square 2x2, and L shape. This is my building material. It has a color parameter and an opacity parameter. Then, create two endpoint nodes. Make them as an array, then set the output array. Duplicate the function.
He's just going to switch the numbers here.
Then just change x to 0 and y to 1. Create a function named square 2x2. Add them into make array. Y equal to 0.
Okay. So, I mean, we're gonna try. Interactive objects, components. Let's just put this out here. Make an actor. Cloud world. And essentially the cloud world will be the cloud world. There's got to be something that these guys do. I want
Create
this
a
thing to
function
expand off
named
of something.
Get L shape. Then create another 4 endpoint nodes.
Right. So we have our actors that can manage your grid, and then we have, let's do world. Actor, VP, build, world, cloud. Build. Base.
X equal to 0, Y equal to 0, X equal to 0, named grid chord. Create a cell state enumeration variable type named current state. Set helper object.
Like, I think it's easy to kind of iterate over something and make, like, I don't know. This probably feels more like a subsystem than it does anything else. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna go this route, chat. We're gonna make a Unreal plugin, call it Nazareth Grid. Building grid. Raleigh Menez. A grid-based building system. If you haven't already. Sorry. Okay. Add. So now we have a Nazareth building grid. Source. Building grid. Oh. I'm gonna be like, why? Why? So we're gonna want some type of subsystem, I think. And we're gonna want a developer setting that lets us dictate how So, class name.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out. Must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20.
What?
Sorry, that piece of that, whatever it is that your mom ordered, can we get rid of that?
I mean, if you want to try to... Yeah, sure.
Well, I don't know what you want to do. I'm asking.
Let's see here. So we have a subsystem that we're going to be using to build these things out. So like if I'm going to be... There's like a couple of functionalities I'm thinking of right off of the top of my dome. One of them would be like, one, infinite grid. Like just having an infinite grid system. But I don't think that's like too... I feel like localizing it to a place where a building is will work better, but I also want it to be detached from it so that I want it to be detached. I want this to be detached from the actor. All right. You know, like let's say I have an item here, then I want it to... Let's say I have this here. Let's get rid of all these. Let's say I have an item here. I want it to tell me I can place an item here, place an item here, place an item here, place an item here. I don't know if I'm doing this correctly. But I think a subsystem for it would work great. Right now we just have like all of this. Honestly, I should push a build of this before I start getting into the other stuff here soon.
Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's founder. Before starting my first business, I had hobbies like snow skiing, water skiing. Then I started the business, which took all of my time and money, and I quickly went broke. To focus on the business, I stopped all my hobbies and I sold my ski boat to a friend for $1. That's why Patriot Software charges so little for our accounting and payroll software. We want entrepreneurs to have a life and keep their money.
Yo, it's Chase Lee. GGGG Game Jam. Yep. So, just so you know, bud, we now have resource gathering. We got resource gathering here in the cloud control, so if I float on up or I just move right, we should start spawning some things that the player can collect. Right, so the thing I'm trying to make in particular are those seeds, which take 10 droplets and 20 fungi. I might lower that for extensive purposes, but we've collected at the top right, you can see we've collected 10 droplets, which is indicated by the droplet, and 20 fungi, which is indicated by the green thing. I can come to here now, I can build this, and if you look and see, we can no longer get seeds to plant. After that's done, we can pick up the plant, and we can turn them in at the market. I believe the market doesn't have like a storing thing, so I don't know if it's bugged. Any news with the Raleigh Game Jam? Crying in a corner? Sorry, man. I was not looking at the menu. I'm currently trying to figure out. So I made a build for my Game Jam team. Sorry. So I'm doing a lot of thinking, which could lead to me being dissociated from the chat. But I am currently making another build here. 0.5. We're gonna throw this in a zippity doo dah. Send to compress zip. While we're doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and play it. So let's just see if this works correctly. I mean, so we can quit out of the game. We can start the game. Here we are, and we can't build anything. Let's go ahead and I can do console commands. That's cool. So that means I can. Any news with Raleigh Game Jam? Oh, take your time. Yeah. I'm just testing this build before I send it out, and we have an issue already. I'm unable to get the things. So let's go ahead and see, like, add metal 20. So in the build, the resources do not work. That's good to know. Let's quit the menu, quit game. Oh my gosh, I have a game that works in the sense that I can quit it. We need to figure out why I can't collect resources in the build. So that's the next task, figuring that out. Manager, that is a data layer that is always loaded, is not accessible in build. World data layer, not just the actor within the scene. How do I do that? Ensure the data layer asset is properly assigned to the world data layer. How do I do that? How to verify state. Liner, Windows, world partition, or probably world settings. But for now, let's look for world partition, world settings. Runtime partitions, main grid, name main grid, main layer. I've never seen this before. Persistent level, data layers, logic, operate, or and. I missed you too, Chase, and I missed Owl. Look who it is. It's Owl. Owl. So the first order of operations, Raleigh, is getting rid of 0.5. I'm hoping we can get this like next week we'll have like something we can present with an actual gameplay loop, but that's 3 weeks of work. Let's check out our data. What is this particular thing called? Always loaded. Data layer. World partition. Data layer outlines. World farm. Always loaded. It's here. Is included. Initial runtime state. Override block on slow stream. No override. Not blocking. Activated, loaded, and visible. Make current data layers. I don't know what that does. I've never worked with data layers prior to this project, so we're gonna have to figure out what's cooking. With my little baby bicep. BRB. BRB for be right booty. Sorry. Probably got to do something in the build that pops that up. But let's check this out. Let's play this really quick, guys. We got to have our loading and all that. We gotta normalize the speed here so it doesn't like boost when we're moving diagonally, but with that being said, we can see that it doesn't work, which is annoying. Binaries 164 and the clouds DX. Regardless, I don't care looking at all these. I don't care about looking at none of them. I am mad though. I am mad. Why am I mad, they ask. Well, I am upset because I can't figure out how to get this. Let's go into build, edit, project settings. Let's go to map, prefixes. Data, layer, data layer assets, world partition, new map data layer, navigation mesh. This is for navigational mesh. Use on data, blah, blah, blah. This isn't working, or I don't know what to do, guys. It's not working. Manager or actor that is on data layer is not visible in build. In build. World data layers. Place editing. cached and packaged builds requiring a clean build. So what I'm hearing here is I need to cook the content. And then once we cook it or recook it, we can do that. So we've cooked it. Now let's go ahead and let's try repackaging. Oh, dear Heavenly Father, please help me. Don't be mad at Dad. I am mad. And I'm doing good, Al. How about you, man? How are you, man? Please, Lord. No! Why don't it work, dude? That's so frustrating. It's like, we don't want to build that. I'm gonna ask Ignis. Yo, I got a quick question for you. Have you ever worked with world data layers?
Spring smells amazing. Unless you're allergic to it.
This is
When
editor,
pollen tries
though.
to turn your yes into a maybe, reach for Zyrtec. Zyrtec starts working at hour 1 and lasts for 24 hours. So whether you're heading out for a long walk, a tea time, or just opening the windows, you can say yes to the season.
So this gets placed under this, but the thing is that this seeing editor right there really concerns me, because it indicates to me data layer says editor. A bill. Put it in the bill. Here we go. Make sure you specified a data layer class in the data layer editor and that it's set to runtime. Besides that, I have the same setup ISI works on in package builds. Data layer runtime, data layer subsystem, data layer main is in state activated. The issue here though is like, look, scene. architecture, lighting interior, data layer, all that stuff. Initial runtime state. I don't see any of that. So what? In my do all this, or I guess data layer subsystem. What was that? Set data layer runtime state. Set data layer runtime state. He has activated here. Let's go ahead and promote this to a variable. Resource data layer. In is recursive. I don't know. Like unloaded, activated. This is us panicking and just trying whatever we can. Just trying whatever we can get. I went to the Bible study today. I read 2 verses and things happened. What happened? Okay, that works. Let's quit the menu. What happened, my good friend? Let's quit content. Sorry, now we want to package these things. Yeah, I went to Bible study Thursday. And I gotta pee really bad, but I gotta pee really bad. No, I'm tired of hitting Ableton. Go away, you. Go away, you. Go away, Ableton. Come on, dude. Why won't this work? What is up with this? Why is this so ridiculous? They're all selected. The only thing is that I see that it's like scene. What is this? Let's look up a video on data layers and see if that'll give us some more information. YouTube.com. Data layers, Unreal Engine. Package build. Chatting, somebody said there was a verse talking about an old man stuck in his ways, and the lead pastor said, "Are you talking about me?"
In my last video, I had mentioned that one of the greatest things that I've done for myself as a technical sound designer was to branch out in nature. And now it doesn't seem kind of lit up. We still have our arena with our tunnel. Well, look out and back down. We turn our arena with our tunnel. Well, let's try going upstairs. Well, if we go upstairs, we notice out this window, well, there's grass out there now. That wasn't out there before. We turn around, we can see through the window that there appears to be a tree in the front yard. And so if we head back downstairs to check it out, you can see that our arena is now gone. We have a landscape, some trees, some hedges, this little walkway, and our mailbox. And if we turn around and head back inside, we'll notice, well, our house is now furnished. We've got a little kitchen area, a dining room, living room, a little desk workspace, some stuff on the walls, some lighting fixtures, and things like that. And this is all done with data layers. And now to show it by going up to Window, World Partition, and it is your data layers outliner. And so I'm going to move this over here just a little bit. And you can see in my data layers window that I have 4 different data layers. Currently, data layers 2, 3, and 4 are hidden, and data layer 1 is visible. So with data layer 1, if I hit my G key here so that all of the little invisible things pop up, you'll notice that in this hallway I do actually have a little blueprint. And what this blueprint is here we go.
Holy cow.
It is just
Did someone not close that door?
Play. It gets our data manager or our data layer manager, and on the box trigger on component overlap, it is going to take data layer 02 and set it to activated.
Hey, Vincent here. Using Creative Cloud Pro to flex my creative skills with a vlog. I can search for the exact footage I need by typing a few words. If a clip I need isn't the right length, I can easily extend it. No more awkward cuts in my scenes. So easy.
Romance, laughter, heartbreak. And is that your friend Barry with your professor? Experience it all with Tomodachi Life, Living the Dream. Available now.
And so basically what that's going to do is it's going to make data layer 2 visible, which is the house. But it's not just the house. See, data layers aren't specific to just static meshes. Anything that you can bring inside of your editor can be
Data layers are not working in build even though they are set to active. Oh man. So, looks like we've dismissed that. Unreal Engine. World partition, ensure that your assets are appropriately assigned to data layer assets and not just a local layer instance. We have this here, WP. Start game. Let's see what these are. wp.runtime.data. So looks like we're not using data layers. Are we using data layers? How? I mean, it's working in editor. Validate world partition settings. Where's the world partition settings? Data layer logic operator. Module config, auto spawns missing spawn nav data and nav bonds, base nav mesh. World partition. Enable streaming. Main layers. Index. Main grid. Level streaming. Use min content. Loading range. Didn't I ask for the door to be closed, man? I'm grumpy today, dude. I'm a grumpy little boy today. I wonder why this is not working. Persistent. Says there's 4 members to this. HLUD setup. We don't care about the LODs. Main layer is 2D. Show grid preview. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Runtime partitions. Main grid. What if we do this? What do we get now? Class. Level streaming. Main layer. Block on slow streaming. Loading range. Debug caller. Client only visible. Block on slow streaming. Runtime cells. Transform stack. Spatial hash. Hash set. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Not just the local layer. I mean, it's set to runtime. How do I check to see if it's on here, though? Layer assets. Let me add you to you. Oh, the manager. Different against. Oh, hey. Revision control. Audit. In the details panel, locate the data layers section. Data. Data layers. All this stuff is grayed out. Set data layer. I can't even see data layers. Data layer helper commands don't work on build. What is that? What is it? What is the thing? Sorry, because I have to... Welcome back. Yo, what's up? Sorry. WP dot... Adios míos. WP dot runtime dot data. Data layer is not a thing. Dump data layers. Layer. Data. Nothing. Div. This is awesome, dude. It works in the editor. It does not work. Set data layer. Okay, so I don't know what to do. I'm kind of in a bad mood right now. This should not be this difficult. Push not working. Broken data layer. Window. Window. World partition. Oh man. Last loaded region. Project settings. Packaging. I got all the languages. Layer, nothing here on data layers. Data layers, world partition, new map data layers. Let's try it. Depression. Sorry, but I gotta go to sleep now. I gotta get up early. Have a good night, everyone. Peace out, Chase. Thanks for stopping by, brother. Have it spatially loaded. Don't have that. It's not spatially loaded. It's on a data layer that's always loaded. Just ridiculous. I put it on that layer, or I have it unspatially loaded, still have an issue. And I clicked Ableton again. You stinker, dude. We still need sounds. Sorry for the no sounds. Not going to work as I predicted because I have big brain. And I know that nothing is going to work. Data layer. Our runtime type, which I've done. It is a runtime type. As you can see, data layer type is a runtime type. I'm also making sure that we're loading this here, setting its state to active, even though if we are to go to the Windows, what is it? World partition, I believe we got to go somewhere else for that. Window, world partition, data layer, we see that it's currently loaded. If we select the actor, we'll select the actor that's in the data layer. We'll say that it's included. We also have this manager resource to be not, it's not spatially loaded, and just to is spatially loaded. We'll turn this off here. We'll click compile. We'll save. Maybe when we build this, that's what happens. Let's go back. Don't call me a skinker, a stinker, a spinker. Go to a list. There. Come on, man. There. Select. Don't call you a stinky. A stink anchor. An anchor of the stink. It works. I'm honestly a little excited because I think that making that spatially loaded You know reverse psychology works on me, Owl. That's your fault. That is your fault, Owl. And metal. We're going to do 50. And it doesn't add because we don't have a resource manager. For some strange reason, it doesn't want to load. It's like, oh. Private data layer. What do I do? Do I turn this off? Just turn it off. If I turn it off, it goes to unloaded. Right? If I click this and select and I go, all right, click. How do I remove? Maybe if I remove selected actors from selected data. So even if I do that, click save, click play. That doesn't work now, see? Because it's unloaded. If we look in the search here, we'll see that our resource manager is not loaded. Resource manager, where are you at? Oh, it is loaded. But I'm presuming it'll work over here. Never mind, it must be groggy. The program is temperamental. Today it is. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That does not work. Nothing works, and it's making me mad. Even though it's right here. Just fine. Not set to spatially loaded. We'll just do that. Because that. Spatially loaded. Save. Maybe that's, doesn't want to work. Doesn't want to work at all now. 0, 0. Maybe I just make a subsystem. That way, it'll work regardless. It's just a lot of backtracking, which is annoying because we had it working, but it's not going to work in the build. I can't figure out how to make it work in a build, so I'll probably never use data layers because if I'm going to use something, I'm going to make sure that whatever I'm using is actor editor. Applies the actor editor context current data layers to the actors. Data layer. Let's, how do we remove? Remove. Let's remove it. Click here and say select actors and data layer. Nothing occurs. Let's activate it. Add fungi. Not in there. Let's go ahead and quit to menu. Quit game. We'll see that it's here. It's current. How do I... Now we're just going to go over here again. Click play and bada boom, it works. Oh my gosh. And if we look at the data layer, it'll tell us right now. It'll be like, oh, it's activated. WP data layer. What do I data layer? Dump data layers. Okay. Let's try packaging this again. Maybe I package it correctly this time. Although I couldn't tell you what I did differently this time. I just have a better feeling about it. And especially now that I know when we play it, the command to toggle. So at least I can see in the package build what that looks like. So we're going to go boink, doink. I got a lot of work to catch up on, but always loaded. It's good. Let's go ahead and open this in the clouds. Let's see what happens when we toggle the build. We'll see wp dot runtime dot data dot data dump data layers, dump toggle, draw data layers, nothing. Oh, always loaded. That must mean that it's working, right? Add metal. Let's do 50. And it doesn't work. We're unable to get it in the package build for some strange, unknown reason. I don't know. I don't know why it's not working. It's probably just ridiculous. The big issue here is that I don't want to have to remake all of this. I really don't. I've already made it. So I don't want to have to remake it, if that makes sense. I don't. I really don't. I don't want to do that. I just want to know why it doesn't work for a build. Let's try looking at some other debug commands that could give us a little bit more information on what it is we're lacking. Start game. wp.runtime.toggle. Draw legends. Load time. Data. Active data layers. It's up there activated up in the B. What if I quit the main menu? Start game. Took 41.87 milliseconds to do that. Let's go ahead and try to get something in here because maybe there's an issue with my cheats. And as you can see, we're still not loading anything. Our manager is not working as intended. And I don't know why. It works in the editor perfectly fine. I mean, if we click play here and we do, I don't know, add droplets, that doesn't work either. Crazy. Actually, let's see what's going on. That doesn't work. should probably have seen if it worked. What?
Sorry, I know you're streaming. This is my mom's. She gave it to us.
Oh, that's nice. Tell her I said thank you. So it's in the data layer. And I don't know why. Oh, man. Let's look spatially. It's not spatially loaded. Maybe that's why. Maybe I need to set it to spatially loaded. Let's go here. Let us look at the data layers again. We're going to go ahead and click here and go, hey, let's select actors and data layer. Boom, there she goes. There she goes. Activated. No override, not blocking. Let's go ahead and click play, and we set it to not blocking. All right, add droplets. Sorry, let's get out of there. I want to see what it... Why is there 2 being made? There's 2 manager resources in here. If I click that, we'll see that that is obsolete, and I could tell you that I think it has to do with me setting the data layer here. Let's click compile. It looks like we're creating one somewhere. So that could be the big issue, is that we're making 2. When is this being created? We need to figure that out. So this has nothing to do with it. As a failsafe, let's keep it intact. I think I might be making one somewhere. Let's go. It's not in the level blueprint, is it? Where I'm making one. Main actor, clear all mappings, load player HUD. That's not gonna do it. Where could I be making this? Let's just get rid of it. Click play. Resource. And now it's not even there. So let's go ahead and re-add our resource. Click play. See that we've made another one again. So this is being made somewhere on the actual cast to HUD, resource UI int. What? Why? Cast player HUD does not. This literally just makes a player HUD. Use resources, can use resources, add to resources, viewport, construction. We don't make another one on construction. This is dirty, but let's get rid of it. Click play. I just want to double check this. Manager, player camera, particle event, game network manager. Wow, there's a couple of managers that aren't being market. Let's get rid of cloud lighting. Why? I wonder why it makes 2. Why does it make 2? That's definitely the big issue here. Because if it's getting 2, then of course it's gonna have an issue. Why am I making 2? Oh, I think it's because I've set it to like in another setting in the data layer. If I select none, let's try that. I think because it's being replicated, but that's a highly doubting. Let's get rid of that. And then let's try adding, and as you can see, that works. If I click play and I try to add, we're not going to be able to add because there's two. And I don't know what is making the other one. If the resource manager is not here, we can't get it, which indicates to me that we need to look where we're getting it. And I know we get it over here. Get all actors. We get this, this, and this. Event graph. It's not being made here. Where the heck is it being made, man? Thank you, game. Hello. It happens one time. Raleigh. We're just binding things here to that. We don't make anything here, guys. I don't know where this is being made or why this is being made, but it's being made. It is definitely being made. That is what's making me laugh, because it's like, where is this happening? Duplicate. Where do I make this? Where is this being made? There's got to be somewhere that this is occurring at. Base, it's not on this. Crafting menu, not on that. Manager grid. Definitely not going to be on manager grid. Always loaded. Can't be that. It's not in the cloud game menu. It's not in the get resource here. We're just getting all the actors, and we're getting a reference to the first one, which regardless, should not be posing an issue. But yeah, you'll see that if we go like this, there's an actor, two actors. UIAD. UIAD. BF. BFE. Thank you. So we get this one here, the first one, but the first one we get is not working. What is going on, dude? Why is it making twice? Why is my manager being made twice? How? How? I don't know. I wish I could figure out where this is being constructed. Figure out where it's being. Find reference by name all. Preview groom? I don't even know where preview groom is. Set groom asset. What the heck? The heck? Where are we creating actors? Find result. Create. I don't know where we're spawning another actor. I don't know where we could be doing this at. We're not creating anything here. We're passing in ourself. On the event begin play, we do all these things with the HUD in the clouds. If I go like this and add a breakpoint, spawned, world farm, UED pi, world farm. Spawn. Farm persistent level. Persistent level. This is giving me big sad feelings. What if I do that? We play. Yeah, we just have one. It does exist. Remove. Play. It does add. That's so weird. Activated, not blocking. Stream priority is included. Always loaded. Why would it make two? I'll tell you this right now, though. One thing I do need to fix is the Cloudkin. And is visible. We need to get visibility before we do this. Get visibility. Is visible. We're going to make a branch and essentially this is going to be a toggle. So if it's true or if it's false, we'll do this. And if it's true, I think we do everything all over again. I just know I'm going to go like this, set this to here, go true. Sorry. I'm going to set this to collapsed. We're going to turn off our mouse cursor and mode game UMI, whatever. I don't care. Set game mode, game only. That way, if I press this, oh my gosh, I can either go like that or hit that. Crazy. Adding droplets now work. Adding fungi now works. Can I get stuff in here as well? Yes, I can. Okay, let's quit the menu. Let's quit. Let's do that. We are now going to package this for window. Builds. Get rid of windows. Select there. And we're going to package it. Try it. Works. We're going to upload it. It's ridiculous. Wasted time. Then I can go ahead and make Nam's thing. Do you have it now? And it still doesn't work, dude. It's there, it exists, and it still doesn't work. Works in the game. Like, what is this? This is the last time I'm using this HLUD stuff. This is ridiculous. Let's go over here. Resource. Unloaded. Didn't I set this to be spatially unloaded? If I remember correctly. I could have sworn that I set that to be not spatially loaded. So it shouldn't be doing what it's doing right now. Or I don't know why this doesn't want to work, but it is infuriating me. It's like, come on, what is going on? Manager grid. We don't want the grid. We want the resource. If we go in here and we say, is spatially loaded, we'll see that it is not spatially loaded. So therefore, it shouldn't be, it should always be loaded. But it's unloaded right now for some weird, magnificent reason. Let's do that. Let's click save. Unloaded. You know, and I'd like that to be unloaded. You know, because if it's spatially loaded, and I believe if we go like that, we'll see that it's, well, it's still there. Spatially loaded. The manager resource is working. I'm just kind of partition layers. This is the last thing I want to figure out right now. Why this is not working. Add fungi. Add fungi. Unreal Engine. It's unreal. How much you get stuck doing stuff that you didn't sign up for. Should work. I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to see how many of these are in the game. Resource manager. Let's go ahead and print string hello. I was created. Looks like a chump doing this, dude. That's the most annoying part, is look like a chump. Never mind, I must be groggy. I hate. I was created. I mean, it was created. I don't know why it would not be working. It works great in the editor. That's the confusing part. Works great. I can add metal. I can come in here. I can get stuff from here. Works great. Doesn't want to work in the freaking build though. I guess I gotta just cancel this project again. Never use spatial. Ever. Never use it ever. Doesn't want to work. Wants to spawn in 2 freaking objects at the same time, and I gotta figure all that out just to get my game to work. This is ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. It's unloaded again. I can't force load. Unloaded. I don't know why it's unloaded. Why is it unloaded? Can someone please, for the love of God, tell me why this keeps unloading, even though I set it to not being spatially loaded? I would love to have a clear answer that makes sense and gives me the opportunity to fix it so I can get to work in the game. If there's any Unreal Engine editors that so happen to be flying around, or Unreal employees that so happen to be floating around in my chat, which they don't. Ridiculous, dude. Just straight up ridiculous. Unloaded. Now I can't even load it. Let's throw another one in here. Let's just get rid of this guy because I'm tired of looking at it. Oh, wait. I can't get rid of him. I can't. I can't get rid of it. For some strange, because it's not loaded. I can't click it. Despite it not being loaded, I can't click it and delete it. Isn't that just so smart? That's the smartest thing I've ever seen. So intuitive. Yeah. Let's look at the data layers. Boink. Up. Now it wants to load. Let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of this data layer. I'm not using any data layers. Delete selected data layers. I'm no longer using data layers. They're pointless. They don't work no matter what you do. And I'm not going to spend another hour of my life trying to figure out how to make it work. I'm just not. I've done all the things. I've checked if the actor's in there. I've added it to... I've came in here and I've done this. Not doing this. It's just like, what else am I supposed to do? I'm not gonna waste my time. It's buggy. Don't use it. Do not use it. It won't work. Works for everyone else though. That's the cruddy part. Probably works in a future update, but it's not working for me. Let's see. Cloud control. Let's actually take this resource manager. Doink it all the way over here. Click play and see what happens. I mean, it's still there, still working. Still can't use that because apparently when we do that, we have the manager resource right here. And if I were to go like this, let's go ahead and focus on it, please. Let's go ahead and focus on that, please. Click F, can't focus on it. I mean, it's still spatially loaded, but it's obviously got some type of issue. Cloud game mode, get resource manager, add breakpoint. Let's go ahead and do this again. Add fungi. Oh, we get it. We do have it. Oh my gosh. We have it. Let's see what happens. Let's go into this. Add resource. Resource manager. Let's go into this. We're going to find it. Can we find it? True. Oh. Bum, bum, bum. Value is 200. Call Nani 200. Call Funk. How much is the added amount? 50. 50 plus current amount. Apparently its current amount is 150. min, which is 0, 200, which is the highest. Somehow the value in here is way larger than it needs to be. So I'm actually going to create a local variable and call this bad boy prior addition, or I guess current amount. Let's plug that. Get the current amount. Plug that in here. Let's go ahead and compile, save. Let's check this out again. Remove. Let's go through all this. Doink, doink. Grumpy Raleigh is grumpy. I don't know why it's giving me this. Just give me the resource. I don't need CUIAD, whatever the heck it is. Go in. Got the resource manager. I guarantee you that the, you know, let's just check this out. There's 0. It's 50. Play. Let's see, resource manager, resource. It should just be grabbing this, but it's telling me we have some resource manager, UIAD, whatever the heck it is. Include HLUD generation. No. No. I was correct. Collected. Doink. Doink. And somehow, yeah, see, we keep getting this, like, actor that's being created somewhere else. Can I freaking copy name? Let's click play and let's search for this bad. Awesome. That's totally what I wanted when I when I did that. Fun guy. Let's go again. Let's do it all over. Like copy name. Let's copy the name. Oh my gosh. 0. Yes. 0. Copy value. There we go. Let's. Can I search for it anywhere in here? Awesome. Let's go like that. Let's do this now. No match actor. 91 total. So what is this? Why am I getting this? I don't want this to be a part of any of this HLUD craziness. World, farm, partition. We got rid of the data layer. Like if I go to get the Cloudkin, does it do that or does it just grab it? You know? Anytime I go to get the Cloudkin, it's fine. Get resource manager. Shoot, I'm thinking about just getting the game mode from the resource manager and then doing that. But the issue is if I call this prior to that, it's not going to do that. But the biggest issue here is that it's being included in this. Will be always loaded. Sure. I don't care. I really don't. The resource manager is here. I see it. I see it. But it's not getting a hold of it because it's getting some other thing. Out actors. I'm like, baffled about how this is even occurring. We only get one, and the one we're getting is this, and this is not it. UAID. Like, why are we creating this? Why is this being created? I can't drop it down. I'm blown away, man. I'm blown away by this. I really am. Let's split this. Let's see what happens now. Oh, look. Let's go ahead and try that again. Because the issue here now is that on begin play, event begin play. Let's go ahead and click play. I was created. Awesome to see. Going to cast all this stuff. And we're essentially going to bind to these things, but I wonder if I'm able to, like, click play. Come over here, we'll see that we are the resource 0. It's spawned. Can I look at what the current value is? Remove breakpoint. Add to resources. Let's look at this. Add breakpoint. We're adding to the resources. This is all working. Okay, awesome. Let's just play it again. Sorry, I'm grumpy. I hate when I have to go off and there's some weird reason why this is doing what it's doing. That makes me grumpy always and forever. So we've added one. Let's see what our current amount is, which is 0. Apparently. No, it's 50, which would mean this is 100. So this is definitely working. Call resource added. But apparently somewhere in our logic, it's not updating us. So let's go find the reference to all this. Find reference. It's just that, right? Sweet. We can't figure out. Shift W. We can't figure out from here. On event graph, we come through, we get our stuff. Maybe what's going on is we're not having a begin play, because if I click play, okay, we do. this is automatically being made. So this isn't being made when we this is being made once. So it gets created, and the issue here too with the game mode being the one that's making it, it's start game. And I tell you this right now. That's not valid. Player does not have HUD does not exist at this time. So we need to make a call from the HUD. It's HUD setup. Instead of doing this on begin play, let's do this somewhere else. Because what's happening is does not exist at this time. And I bet you this, I'm gonna feel like a goofball, but it is what it is. Was it saved? Logs in the cloud logs. Let's look at the logs. And players HUD. I think this should log a string. Player HUD. Yeah. So the player HUD does not exist for this at begin play. So the big issue is that this does not exist. So what we need to do is, okay, so this is all the setup. So this is my big issue, and it's here. It's in the resource manager. So this is, well, I want to say my fault 100% at this time because I'm not calling this from the right place. It has most likely nothing to do with the data layer, which we'll probably have to set up eventually regardless anyways because of how we want to build the world. But let's not focus on that. Let's focus on this, which is calling this from the HUD. So right now the game mode makes this, and we don't want the game mode to make this. Game mode, then graph. We're not going to make this here. We're going to make this somewhere else. And I don't know why this worked prior to all this, but let's go ahead and set this all the way at the beginning. We're going to want to call this attachment thing here, game start, from the HUD. From the HUD. That's where we're going to want to do it at. Edit HUD in the clouds. Once the player HUD is called, we call game start, right? Then from here, we can get resource manager, which is ourselves. And as a resource manager, we can do the UI stuff. What is it? What is this thing called on here? HUD setup. HUD setup. But the thing is that we can do game start realistically anywhere. So I don't know if this is the best place to do this. HUD in the clouds. Let's not even do this. Load player HUD. Game start. This doesn't even do anything either. But I mean, if we do want any logic, we can do that here. Load player HUD. Although I feel like loading the player HUD is... We should do that, actually, from somewhere else. Is not a good place to call that, regardless. We know the player HUD is created at this point, specifically here. So what we want to do is we want to get game mode, and we're going to want to get resource manager. Hopefully at this point in time it's been created. Resource manager. Oh, sorry, not that again. We're going to want to HUD setup. This should not be giving us anything. However, we don't do a check here, so we need to check if it is valid regardless. If it is valid, then, you know, we do the thing. And let's add breakpoints. Let's see if it works, and it does. So we're going to remove that, click play, and when I do that, it should work. Okay, let's quit to main menu. Let's quit the game. Let's actually make a build, and we're going to see how well that build does, because we took all the streaming off. I was trying to do a whole list of other things today, guys. Like, I was trying to start working on, like, building the tiles and doing all that, but it's been thrown out the window due to something as simple as that, which at the end of the day is on my shoulders because, so I apologize to Unreal Engine. I hastily spoke, but it was working prior to all of that. So I didn't see the error in my logic and the order of operations in which I'd set things up. But I think this should have fixed the issue. But we'll find out. We will find out. Start game. Do this. Add metal. And now it works. Oh my gosh. Add fungi. Add fungi. 50. Add droplet. 50. And now if I come over here, I can craft these things. I can place them. Can I collect them over here? Is that an issue? Let's see. Yep, that works now. Awesome. Okay, cool. We can go ahead and do build underscore 0.0.5 because that is now where we are at compressed. Fix the issue. Well, a table soon. All right. Go to my drive. Let's go ahead and delete this one. Awesome, nothing wants to work today. Now it wants to work randomly. Move to trash. Where is my trash? Empty trash. Delete forever. All right, let's go to my drive. Let's go ahead and throw this in here. And once that's done updating, we can do other things. Until then, I'm going to let my dogs out, and I'll be right back. Cancel. We don't want to leave. We're just going to stay right here. Let's turn some music back on, and I'll be RB. Oh, yeah, I forgot we're streaming now. All right, guys, I'm right. I'm back. I'm back. Oh. Oh. Man, stupid draft is gonna get me in trouble. All right, so everything works now. We got to make a list for someone on our team chat. So that's what we're going to be doing here in a second. Share. All right, cool. Now this list is going to set me back too, which is a little aggravating, but it is what it is. Go ahead and copy the block link updates. Added a sound, yep, today. So, added to MVP document for that's the thing I've kind of noticed with teams. just go ahead and create a sub-document here, guys. We're going to be calling this 3D/2D asset list. And this is essentially just going to be and this is something that's typical, especially in projects. You always want to come up with one of these at the beginning. I failed to do that, which is my problem, but right now we're just rolling with the punches. It's a game jam. 3D asset 3D type 2D/3D okay, so I think that's pretty much good. Let's get rid of this. And so we're gonna need Cloudkin 3D Cloudkin portrait. I guess we don't need a portrait. Cloudkin floor just a little quick list. I'm trying to think. We need a Cloudkin character, Cloud Floor, dispenser. I'm gonna have to really think about what I've kind of. I'm gonna have to really think about like how when I'm game developing, like some of the things that I missed out on are more like the character designs, but we've kind of gone a little bit larger in scope due to the fact that we're gonna be doing this for a couple of weeks. So now things are a lot more. But regardless, there was just things I didn't think of when I started initially writing all this stuff. So it's. We have a wrapper now, which is good. Markets. Any size. Market. 1x1. Yes, I am. What do you need? Sure, but don't be saying bad things. All right, no talking about farting and all that. Hey, what's good? How's it going, Coward? Nothing much. Just expanding on this MVP document a little bit, trying to figure out what I kind of missed out on. And you know, I was just talking about how this 3D 2D asset list is really something that should be prepared all at once with this MVP document, but I just didn't do that. So in the future, I really need to remind myself that I need asset lists for like sound and for like SFX, maybe even a visual effects as well. 3D, 2D asset lists, stuff like that. So on and so forth. But for now, I want to kind of keep things simple. Puff plum, image for puff plum seed, market, cloud control. And anyway, what's good with you, man? Let's go ahead and let
Then you turn to those who can help you with your health coverage. People who see you for you. Beyond the labels, beyond the binary. Get in touch with us within 60 days and we'll help you find the right plan. Made for you, just the way you are. When life calls, call us next. Covered California, for the love of Californians.
Left hand game devvin, right hand Bible. Imagine, like, the Lord said, the Lord said. That'd be cool. I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, what if I had like music playing and at the same time I was game devvin and listening to the Bible? And honestly, that wouldn't be too bad. But the thing is when I'm trying to game develop, I'm trying to think in my head how to connect things, and when I'm hearing Bible verses, it can make that a little difficult. Trust me, I tried. I was like, God is like one of those things you really need to focus in on Him. But yeah, everything seems to be working now. I'm extremely happy with what's going on. Honestly, I want this to be a little bit further back so we can get a bigger idea of like what the player is actually working on. But yeah. Oh, we also need a top plum. What's up, Al? The only things What about your girlfriend, dude? Are you no longer with your girlfriend, dude? Alright, so we need to work on building. That's the next step, ladies and gentlemen, is the building. So we're kind of going to be doing something similar to Raft, where like essentially you'll start off with all these obviously will be objects, but you start off with your objects and you can only build adjacent to that object, right? And what I'm drawing right now is the expected areas for the system to allow the player to place these down at. You can't place them here, here, or here. These are the rules. So I guess diagonally. Not diagonally. But yeah. And so when we build this out, we're going to want to... We want our subsystem to get these things and know... So we have 3 different types of objects. We have cosmetics, which are literally just there for cosmetic purposes. Maybe they'll do something later, but then we have our interacting types where they could be interacted with, and then we have our like world. I like to call them world objects just because I don't know what else to call them, and these are like equivalent to like a floor. You know, these expand. They expand your cloud. They expand the cloud. Imagine I delete this, I just fall. So for now, what we're going to want to do is at the player's start, we're going to want to... We're going to want to... I've never done one of these systems before, so there's going to be a lot of bumping around. This one's going to be, like, the fundamentals are going to be C++, because I feel like that might be a better way of handling these things. But the build actor, we're going to have to look into what we're going to want for a build actor. We're going to want a U property. And anywhere blueprint read only. We don't want these to change during runtime. And category build actor info. U property. Oh, sorry. This is going to be U static mesh component. Mesh, we're gonna have another U property, I guess. Edit anywhere, blueprint read write, or I guess read only. Maybe we want to have a read write in case, like, in the future we want to like shift it to like broken or something like that, right? And this is going to be a U name. A U name. What is it? F name? Sorry. Name. I guess, yeah, name. Although I'm a little worried about calling it name because that could override something. But I think they've handled that already, because they call it display name. This is going to be an F text, and this is going to be a description of what this is, so, you know. What is this? F name underscore. There's like none or something like that. F name underscore none. There's some like thing we can place here. None. Whatever. Quick mesh generation and triangle ribbons. I don't know what triangle ribbons are. Enough for me to have anything useful to tell you. So we have our description, we have our static mesh component, right? I don't think we will need a collision, but in case we do, U-box very which means I would have to replace a lot of these actors to build actors. Like the inner actors would have to be a build actor. They'd have to, which means they would take on all of these things. This is more primarily for that, so we'll just leave that to the BP side of things to make it a little more dynamic. Particles have been fun to work on just because my game plans to be on CPU. I mean, that's the best way to do it. There's a lot of games that are heavier on the CPU side, and it means they can last longer throughout the generations. At least that's how Valve, I know, decided to do it. But in regards to that stuff, I'm completely ignorant. That's like super... That's super... background things. Sorry, I'm lacking terminology right now. But with that being said, with this building system, we're going to want to have a build actor that I guess the grid-based system here can pick up on. I've never done one of these before, guys. Right now I'm trying to create a building grid system for my game. It's a game about managing a cloud in the sky, and I want it to have a similar raft building system where you're building this cloud out. As you build it out, things happen, and you have to make sure that you're managing your cloud correctly, or it could wither away. And the only way I can see that occurring is if we have a withering like cloud effect, and I don't want it to all occur at once. I want it to work off of like the build actors that are there. So what type of particles have you made, Coward? So I don't even know how to think about doing this. The most I can think of is that how does Raft handle their building? Let's look at Raft building system. Yeah. I know the general premise of how these things get built, but trying to figure out like how to incorporate that into logic, right? Because from what I've seen, you know, Raft has this system where they have a plank and you can only place the planks. I think they actually let you do it diagonally as well. But regardless, they have this system where like it works off of what you have already placed, and then these guys are exposed for you to build off of. We won't have to worry about any like. Right now we're working horizontally. Since we're top down, we don't have to worry about verticality. So my idea at first was just we find an axis to project to, and then we have this grid. But the grid has to take into consideration the size of these as well, which is, you know, I have to think about dimensions. So they all uniformly connect to one another. You've been working on ribbon trails. I started working on them in the first place because I was working on a little paper airplane you throw in control in game. Ooh, the reason they're helpful is because they massively help to communicate orientation. That makes sense. I'd have to look at your game before and after to really understand what you're saying. I feel like they would help with expressing the velocity of the airplane as well, or the paper airplane. So there needs to be something that knows when the player, like... So now that I'm thinking about it, we need a system that knows when the player places something. Right. We need something like when the player places something, it checks. Or when not necessarily when the player places something, maybe so when a build actor is created. So let's have a dynamic delegate or here. Declare dynamic delegate. What is this? Declare multi. Dynamic. That's what it is. Dynamic. Why am I? Dynamic multicast delegate. Dynamic. It's because I'm spelling everything wrong. And think about the velocity. The velocity, you're right, yeah. You could really make, like, if you had the ribbons on the back or wherever you're showing the ribbons, I'm assuming on the side trails, you could probably do something on the front that communicates that as well. Like, the faster it goes, the more you'll see in the front kind of like come off the side. Like the tip of the, like, short little things that represent speed. I don't know, but I'll let you think about that. We're not going to really want... I guess we are going to want, because we're going to want to pass ourselves. We're going to want to pass this actor so we can do something. F on actor. On actor placed. A actor. And we're going to want to pass this. Yeah. Why is it having an issue with this? On actor place to parameter type. So what is it? We do param type and then param name. That's why. So actor. Was this U property assignable? Blueprint assignable? No. Blueprint assignable. Blueprint rewrite. Event. Because if I'm having some observer observing these things, I don't really necessarily want the actor that's being placed to have too much control. I want the grid to have that control, I believe. I believe that's the smart way to handle this. But with that being said, whatever is building is going to have to know this grid-based system. And the way we're going to know that is by connecting to it. So I feel like the world subsystem, making this a world subsystem will be good for the sense, or for the fact that it's something, one, it's happening in the world. It doesn't need to happen anywhere else. And two, it's something that makes it so I can grab it from anything. And be like, yo, do this, do that. But even then, that could be like a blueprint library too. Right now, we're just gonna build actor. Because these are gonna specifically look at build actors to figure out this information. I don't know what I'm doing. I really don't, guys. But we'll figure it out. Let's see. So now it's attaching
Zyrtec
this
presents
guy to this guy.
Talk with scientist Andy.
Did you know grass pollen is one of the most common allergens in the world? But
It's one of the most common allergens in the world. So an update for some people who don't know. This is a game about managing a cloud in the sky. So far we have an inventory, we have our resources at the top right. Player enters their cloud, and from this they're able to collect these mystical endorphins that are released from the sky, such as droplets, metallic dust, which are kind of like realistic things, and fungi. You can then in turn use these things, just like many other crafting games, to craft stuff and to build out your cloud. For what we want to build particularly, we need 10 fungi. I won't torture you guys by making you watch that, so I'm just going to add some. And so far you can craft these things. If you don't have enough, you can't craft. I do want to incorporate like a crafting menu at some point. But you can also deposit these at a dispensary. That's what we have so far in the game. We have a wrapper as well. So everything is slowly being built up. Let's get rid of the cloud can. We'll actually need that later because we'll need to be able to access. So let's open that again. For some strange reason, I was very let's go ahead and exit. Player escape menu. Sounds fun. Thank you. My biggest struggle right now is placing these buildings. So I'm actually going to restart here. I've done something similar in the past with Judah Run. You've all seen that, how we were placing items. But we need to know the size. We need to know the size of the said things. I had to redo that, or essentially restart the game, because I'm making a plugin right now for this. Because I feel like, maybe I'll use it later for something else. Honestly, we do kind of have that already with... Let's go ahead and remove this. I don't want to look at that no more. Play. Or if we go ahead and add the droplets, press E. So we kind of have that already. The only thing is we don't have that translucent material on this. So we can kind of place this wherever we want. And that's fine and dandy, but we want to like set this to a grid-based system. Go away. Start watching. Stop watching. Is that gonna be there forever? We're just gonna have this prop thing here forever. Okay. Get rid of you. Alright. We're actually gonna do that because I will not torture myself to that level. Alright, I'm gonna go play some Sonic stuff. Does this freaking horse have... There was a horse with shoes that made me sad.
The simplest way to stop snoring without touching your nose.
Hey, stop using those nose.
That's starting to make me really mad. We need some jazz in our lives. Let's look up Nazareth grid base. So, like, if I'm thinking here, I don't even really know what I'm trying to do. I've written out things, I've drawn it out. I kind of have a general idea, but when it comes to... I guess the idea is that while we're like hovering in like a parameter, we want to know like, you can only select here. Felt so cool by doing that, and now I'm like, hey, I need to do something more. Gotta sit Indian style. I really am so confused right now, guys. I'm like, how do I even do this? If anyone has any useful information, I would love to hear it. I know Steve did something of that nature, but I'm really interested in conquering this concept a little bit on my own. I guess we need a concept of what... Because my thing is that this can change depending on the side of this cube and the actor that we're placing. I gotta see how big this is in the world, you know. Figure out how big we want this in comparison to the character, you know. I gotta visualize what I'm doing. Because I need to know, like, one, what's a good place to start from? And two, like, we need to have stuff that'll fit well on the character. Because that's going to have to shift at some point regardless. So one thing that I'm seeing from all this is, sorry, I'm checking out how charged my phone is, seeing if I was hit up. So one thing I'm saying is, like, let's say I place something, like I'm placing the cloud. Like, obviously we can only place things like right here, right? Or generally along this line, but the concept shifts when it comes to placing like an item. All right, let's say I place this item here. I'm gonna want this item to be placed on top of this guy, which means, like, orientation is going to have to be involved. We're going to have it centered. But even then, that looks like there's not a lot of space to walk here, so we're gonna... I mean, we can figure this all out later, but... Now that we have this in here, I think we can... Let's just get rid of all this. And work on... I think by default this grid-based system should probably every so often check if it's for any shifts, as well as I wonder, would they have like init or something on these subsystems? What is the override? Init initialize. I guess we'll just make like I think maybe I'm thinking too much about it, and realistically it's about what I'm giving the player to build. This is ridiculous. I'm trying to figure out what to do, dude. But part of me is like, well, it's gonna change depending. So like, essentially the world is the grid when it comes to the cosmetics and other things. Like the building out, that's gonna be like completely different for each actor. Like when you're building, depending on what you're building. Like if you're building a like a floor or a cloud, right, or expanding the cloud, like you can only do a certain thing, and that is essentially the grid that you can build on. We'll work in here, but I think I'll have to revise this completely differently at some other point. And the other actors that we place down will just basically work off of this build actor. But the build actor is going to offset itself from wherever I'm building. So if I build something here,
I think I want to buy a drum kit.
It'll essentially take the offset of itself and build it over here. But how do we figure out that box?
And next month I'll buy
That's the real question.
Oh, and maybe some noise canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help.
This is gonna be a brain bogger. Honestly, I could probably do something where I kind of like, How do I figure out the size of this mesh? Because this is the size I want it to be. There's events for this? Is there any way, that I can get the size of the static mesh? Like you can get its like box. Because everything is gonna have to be essentially built around another, like essentially depending on the size of the floor tile, that's gonna be like the grid. Like if I go to modeling here and I create a box, what is this, 250 by 250? It's off a little bit more than that. Can I export this guy? I know I can do that with the other ones. Edit, edit. Like if I put a box right here and go accept, I can right click this guy, I believe, and actually somewhere, where is it? I'm trying to get like, I'm trying to remember where you can, we made this box, so I'm trying to remember where it is that you can export selected. Okay, so if I click here and I go export selected, and just go to desktop, World Farm.
Hey, it's Hector. I started out helping customers in store, and now I'm an account manager for Best Buy Business. Everyone's looking for that oomph, you know?
Now at McDonald's, a McDouble is $2.50, so you can get your gym gains on, or just get lunch for only $2.50. Get more value on the under $3 menu.
Limited time only. Prices and participation may vary. Prices may be higher for delivery.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Zyrtec presents Zyrtalk with Scientist Andy.
Hey there! Spring allergies are ramping up, so here are some tips for how to prepare for them. Avoid outdoor activities in the early morning when pollen count is at its highest, close windows at night, and keep your air circulated with air conditioners and air purifiers. It's also important to check the weather and pollen count, as dry, windy days can increase pollen in the air. And of course, take Zyrtec for your allergy symptoms.
Thanks, Andy. Find Zyrtec at your favorite retailer.
Zyrtec.
It isn't on. This whole time I've been talking, and no one said nothing. Coward, I'm so sad. He's probably laughing. He's like, oh, 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 oh. So we want to move in a direction, left, right, whatever it is, and we want to multiply that, not by this. Thank you, by the way. So I guess the bounds would be a vector, because we have like these. So this is what we're cooking right now. Obviously dividing by these. $75 divided by 2. 37.5. What if I get a length? why that's me thinking that right now. I mean, that's pretty close. We're getting the vector length of the whatever it is. I want to actually try what the min is now that this is offset a little bit. I want to see what the min is. It's interesting. So this is basically this without any of that involved. I just got to figure out the math for this using the bounds. Using the bounds, which we already know now. So, like, if we move 500, we'll go 500 in the right direction, which is going to be, you know, in the Y. So, 175 this way, 175 that way. So, we need to go 175 and then another 175. So, what we're doing wrong here is we're dividing I want to see if it's by 2. How goes the game, Devin? It goes good. That's actually super clean, and I'm excited to see that. So right now, I'm trying to understand how I'm going to build all of this out. And I want to do it by using the bounds of the static reactor. So what I've done is I've gone ahead and I've essentially times this by 2, because the way the bounds work is we have the center and then we go whatever the bounds is, like 175, and we put that in each direction. So with that being said, we basically can do this now. So we have this times this, and then we can take our forward. And I believe this should, I could be wrong with something I did here, but I believe this should forward, which is, yeah, on the X, on the Y. Oh yeah, yeah, we need to... we need to add this one here, brother. We need to... Oh. We need to not do that. That was a no-no. That was a no-no. So we need to add this to this, and then this, and then... I think that's it. Yep. Check it out. Now we've gotten the next part. We're doing it! So we just need to do that 4 times. We need to do that 4 times. Get point, left point, spawn. Sorry for the noise in the back, guys. Get left point spawn. Get left grid. Get front, and we're gonna get back build point. And all we're really gonna do here is do this. So for the left, we're gonna get the Y, this and this. All right. I believe this is the left. Return node. And we're gonna plug that in. So this is gonna be the left. And I believe this is gonna be a pure. This is gonna be a pure boy. Get left. This is pure. Pure joy. Hey guys, calm it down, Charlie Browns. What? What? Yeah. Okay, so that is working. Just now we need to say like get left build point here, and we can just plug that in here at the center and get rid of this. I'm gonna be building this out slowly, you know me. But yeah, check it out, it's still working, so that's good news. Now let's go ahead and take this logic. And we're gonna want to, this is gonna be the back, get back build point. Return. Gonna be pure as well because we're not setting anything here, we're just getting something. So now we can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. So we'll need this for each one, but if we get the back build now and do the center, let's see if that still works. Hey guys, you're driving me insane. Okay, so that works. So Now we need to apply the left to the right. And essentially what we do here is we just multiply this, I believe by 1, right? -1. No, why? Multiply by a float, and it's going to be -1. And we just do that. And if we do this again, where we draw the D-box, and do this. I know I'm doing this a lot, but let's do the get right. Sorry, this should be pure. And I should be doing a return node here. I don't know why I didn't think to do this. So we have this, and now if I click play, it should go on the right side. Awesome. And if I just do the front now, I'll have to go to the back, get this, and do the front. Return node. Put this here, plug that in there, and this we're just going to want to multiply by -1. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum. Hey guys! Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. So I prefer to do this during the weekday. It's just going to be hard to build the cloud. Because we're going to have like some shifting depending on where the cloud is. And I feel like we'll have to do that in something else. And in regards to that, I want to say that's going to be... Okay, we didn't set it up. That's why we need to go back to the event graph. Grab this. All right, grab, copy, get rid of, and then get the front, right? Make it pure, decenter, do this. And the extent. So now that should give us these sides. But I guess we might want to place them here as well, right? So we should probably find a way to get the bounds to do that. Get left build, get right build point, get build points. Get top right, build point. I don't know what they're calling them. So top right, we're gonna want this one and this one. So we're gonna want in this one, okay. We're gonna want the front, and we're gonna want the right, I believe. And then we're gonna want the right, grab the right. So now that we have that, let's just look. I gotta visualize this. So we have these debugs and this. So essentially we shift this. We're gonna use the X and Y. Here. So we would essentially get this and this.
Go on an adventure, splash away in our water park, and bowl a perfect score with your pack, and mix game time with family time. And at Great Wolf Lodge, all this excitement is just a short drive away. So bring the pack together and learn more at greatwolf.com and strengthen the pack.
I gotta dust off the cobwebs. Up. Although I'm hungry. I gotta think about dinner. Might just redo some spaghetti. So, we've gone up. We've gone right. Now we gotta go diagonal. And that's essentially these things added together. So I think what we need to do is add these two together. And then we need to add, I want to say these? No. I want to add this and this. Probably want to go to the event graph and do this get top right. Make it pure, center, and then we'll make the box extend this again. So the objective is to use the size of the actor to create a grid. That way, if they give me something bigger, it should still work as long as, well, it should just still work, because regardless, there's going to be some type of bound there of the actor. So, game mode. Let's click play, see what happens. And it worked. Nice, guys. Praise the Lord. So, what I need now is to get the copy, duplicate, get back right, build point, and the back right is going to be essentially, I believe, width. So the back right, if we click play, the back right is going to be right and then the back one. So it's going to be the get back build, which is this. And then the right, which is this one, right? Alright, let's just get rid of that. We have this, and then we want to get the right. Top right, we can get so yeah. Now we want to add these together. Add. And then we want to add this to this. Compile. And in the right, we want to get the event graph. We're going to want to do this again. Get back right. Center. I have a feeling this will not be off. So we get the back right. Now we want to copy paste. We want to get the top, and then instead of left, right, we're gonna put left. We want to get the top left build point. And in order to get the top left build point, we're going to want to get the left build point, which is here, minus the actual location. The top left build point is going to be this, and then we're going to want the front build point, which is going to be this. And then we're essentially going to, well, we want to get rid of that, add that to here. We want to add these together, and then I guess the actor location, and then add this together. And now under the event graph, what is this, 8 altogether? Get top left build point. Center. We'll figure out the placement point later. But if we go like this, and then we got the top left. So we're starting to get these pretty quickly. So let's go ahead and then just call this back left. And for the back left, we're gonna want to, I believe, just get rid of this, right? Yeah. So the back left is literally just, I think, that. It's just literally that. I think. I could be wrong. These kids, man. Kids. They're always making childish noises. No. Alright, whatever. So to get the back, we're going to want to get the back point, which is this. And then we're going to want to get the left point, which is this. My brain is not braining. Don't tell me I didn't put it. Get top left built. Yeah. So I probably got it right, but I just was being a dookie. Back left. And now we have all the points. We got all the points. So we have all the points now. We know we have all the points now. I'm just going to do this little thing where I'm going to create a little thing called debug. B is debugging. I'll just put this here, debug. So essentially we can get this, and then, you know, if it's true, we can do our thing. So right, if we click play, we won't see it. And if we turn on his debugging, we will see it. So this is the first start. And we're not going to be working off this particular item. This is going to be for some other actor that I guess is what it's going to do. And I have to use the restroom. Is it's going to essentially scour all the items or objects on the screen and check for certain parameters, and then from there figure out the places I can place something when I go to build. But I'll be right back. Alright, so we have this. Now we need something that is going to tell us where we can spawn the things. We need to have a state. A state, like a game state for the player, I believe. So essentially when he's playing or when he's building. I will just put yes player state. I think we'll have to work that in later. But the idea is when we shift the player state, it'll go to build, and that'll be dependent on the stuff we craft, or that's in our inventory. So I'm really contemplating what I do here, guys. Because we do need to figure out how we're going to place these. I guess on the held items we need to have an interaction, so when we use an item, something will happen. So when we place these things, they do the things we want them to do. I'm actually going to throw these into a function and call it debug check. Build base. I can't select multiple and do that. Makes me sad. I would like to select multiple and throw them in a build space. That way we can do stuff like that and it just looks cleaner. But yeah, now it all comes down to figuring out those build spaces and activating it and making it so I can place something there. So the way that I think would work is when the player is on or has like a build item. Like you would craft a build item, it'd go in your inventory, and then you can place it. So, essentially, you gotta craft this thing and then go place it. Held items, base interaction, food. Let's put like another folder. Building. Okay, there's item interaction. And we have like a use plot. But we're gonna have to make that completely different. Regardless. We're gonna create a child. Yeah, it looks like a little cloud anyways. So we have this like start held object. Might take me a day or two, but right now we have a good basis. We have a way to get the places where we need to place them, but the issue is how are we going to track this? Right, if I quit the game, I don't want your character to fall off, so we're gonna have to make it so he can't step off things. Let's go ahead and do that really quick. Cloudkin. Character movement. There's something here for like stepping off. Base movement, ignore physics, based on attachment, da. Can walk off ledges. No. Sweep while nav walking. Ignore base rotation. Nope. But we are going to do that. So I'm going to click play. I don't think we should be able to. So maybe you start the game with something. I don't know how it's going to work, but for now, this is it. Now we need to figure out, like, realistically, all these should not be buildable. So we need to check, like, only when we go to build. We got to iterate through all these. I guess on the build floors. To get a function. We'll do some check open spaces. And this is going to output an array of open spaces. So the idea is like what we're gonna do is we're gonna we'll also return occupied spaces. We'll return open spaces and occupied spaces, and essentially what we'll do from there is check. We'll get these spaces, right? These, and we'll get these. These will be used for something else, and these will be used for stuff that can be placed down on them, like the plots and etc. So how do we do that? We need to get all we need to do all these. What we need to do is we need to turn this into some type of an array. I would like to turn this into an array and then iterate through each one of them. So what we're going to do is, it's quite simple, is we're going to get this and then just add. We're just going to keep adding. We're just going to add them all. It's going to be hard. Set. Get frontal build space. Get front build space, or we can start left and then go right to up. I don't care. But front, I want to do it like clockwise. Don't ask me why. So we're gonna go right. Or I guess we'll go front, and then we gotta go so instead of this, we want to go top right. So there's 3, and then we need to get the, so we're starting front, right, right, top right, right, then back right. back right. Then we're gonna get back. Not back left. We're gonna get back. This is all manually did up in a B. We're gonna get back. We're gonna get back left. We're gonna get back left. So we've gone front, top right, right, back, back left. Now we're gonna get left. We're gonna get the left. And we are then going to get the back left. Then we're gonna get the top left. That is 8 if I remember all together. And then we would get the results here and then add them. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm even gonna get right. And get top right. Get front, get top right, get right, get back right. We're gonna get the right back, then we get the back, then we get back left, and then we get the left, and then we get the top left. We're just making a bunch of helper functions for us next time we work on this. So we want to check open spaces. We got to get the pure. This is going to be pure, and it's going to be a... I guess we'll call these getters, and we're gonna get the build spaces, and we got to figure out, because we're gonna do a for each loop on these. And essentially get a collision at this point. But I don't know how to check if there's something at that place. Or if something shares its space. I guess I could do like a box cast or boss trace. We'll do 25, 25, 25. And really, we're not interested in what we get here. I guess we do want to see if we hit an actor. But some things we want to check. So if it's true, opened, we'll make another one called closed. So if it's true, we're going to add local variable. We're going to call this current space. I'm sure this could be done better, but Steven, what's up, Steve? How's it going, man? I don't know how long you've been here, brother. Apologize, I'm kind of deep into this. Right now I'm trying to make a build system. So I'm setting it on a build actor, and that's going to essentially, or an actor you place, and that's going to get the surrounding areas you could place. And funny enough, it's all based off of the bounds of the static mesh, because I realized the static mesh itself, or the place I'm going to be, the thing that I'm going to be placing these on, they are the grid. So I'm making them the grid and using the static mesh that I'm placing in there as that grid. Obviously that means everything is going to have to be built off of the static mesh we choose to be that item, right? But right now I'm just trying to do a check where I can figure out what areas are closed and what areas aren't. This is getting an issue. Object types pin. So it needs object types. If we promote this to a variable and we say object types, object type, compile, I'm assuming we'll be able to add like world static, destructible and stuff in here. I think in the project settings we can make an object type as well. There's definitely something that allows you to make an object type. Define a new collision or another class. Engine collision. I'm trying to make one of these. I'm pretty sure there's a way to make like object type queries. Project settings, new object, channel. I'm gonna just call it cloud. Cloud. Do a custom work cloud. I think depending on how much we use, though, obviously, eventually, I'm gonna have to figure out something. But if it's false, the idea now here is that we're gonna separate these into different things. So we're gonna do a box trace for object at that specific location. The end location is the same as the current space, which I could just do this here. Make the half size 25. We're gonna do some type of debug. Once we're completed, we're just gonna pass these current spaces. I guess not current spaces. We're gonna get open, plug those in, and get closed, and do occupied. And now with that being said, we can just call, like, I believe that at the beginning here. Let's see, get build spaces. It is a pure. Okay, we get those. Check for open spaces. We're gonna want to do check for open spaces. And I should have, like, now, as you can see, that works. Everything else in here is green. These are off by a little bit. So we'll have to raise those up. But you can see now we're in all these areas where we can build a certain item. We can, and I'm going to use this information to build the other items. So the only issue now is the offset that we'll have to have for these. Right? Because essentially, this is where the character is going to be able to build them. Go ahead and submit these changes. But I am going to bounce here soon. The changes here are going to be building system started. Submit those. And I should get a little bit more further Monday or Tuesday. Tuesday per se. But yeah. The idea is when you have the object in your hand, you'll be able to place them here. But yeah, I'm happy with it so far. The only issue is like the box extent works. So whatever we're building in here, we're gonna have to have like a Z offset. And I think I want to have that. I mean, even for this, like if I look at the viewport, this is gonna be, yeah, right where it needs to be. So that'll be where it needs to be placed. But like the other objects that go on it, it'll have to essentially be this. So the occupied spaces are the spaces that we're gonna have to make adjustments to in regards to their Z offset. So what I'm gonna do is on completed, I am gonna iterate through each loop. I'm gonna iterate through each one of these, and what can I add? Swap array elements or set array element. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to get this. I'll have to get a reference to whatever index this is. I will then have to take the Z and offset it. So let's split the struct here. We're gonna have to we'll do none. We'll make vector, and essentially we'll just do this because we don't want to worry about anything else on that side. Add it here, do this, and then pass in the array index here. And then after this is complete, we'll essentially take this and then add it here, and like that. And let's go ahead and comment this. Add a Z offset to occupied spaces for placing cosmetic and placing objects that go on top of them. This is gonna just be like separate spaces into occupied and unoccupied spaces. So we've Bleh, 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 bleh. What I really want to do is I want to also, after we do this really quick, just to kind of test this out, I'm going to draw a debug box right here. And do this right here. We're going to place this in the center. We're going to make this green. Doesn't matter to me. We're going to make the duration 100. The extent is going to be 25, 25, 25. And this is just to check if that all... Oh yeah, we didn't add the offset. Let's do like... I know the offset is like 50. We'll just creep it. I'm trying to remember. I think it's 75. But yeah, you'll see if we did that. It's now going up here. Sorry, let's play. We are going to want that to go up more. Let's do 75. I think that's what it's going to be, although I don't think it's going to give us all the height that we want. Okay, so it's going to be 75 times 2. So times 2. This is 150. Which will place them up higher. So the origin point, I don't know if it's here. We probably wanted half. So maybe it is 75. No. Let's go ahead and figure out the box extent. I think it was, what was it? I wrote it down. And yeah, 125, 125, 75. So 125, 125, and then the height. So realistically, it would be 75 plus, I believe, half of that, which would be 37.5. So it could be 112. And I'm off. I'm off. Let's just do 75 for now. What would that be? What would that third be? I don't know. So my issue is I don't know if it... The origin points are fine for here, but up here we want them on top. We want them on top, which we could offset to get, realistically, just hard set it to something. Plus 25, I mean, yeah, that 25, 25, that is a third, so literally probably 100. It's probably the offset. Yep, and that's it. So we offset it by 100, and now we have the places where we can place things. So what I can do now is, just for future reference, right, I can make a debug check for these. I don't know if we necessarily need this anymore, because that was when I was testing for bounds and I did some math to kind of manually check that out. But now I think since we can do this, what we do instead in the event graph, instead of checking for open spaces, we just do this debug check here. We check for open spaces. And then we do just a for each loop. And what we're going to do is we're going to do this. Well, then we'll do another one for this. So the debug in this case would just us being debug draw debug box, and the debug box is literally just going to do this, and then 25, 25, 25. We'll do these. This is open spaces, so we'll do those. I'll do these green, and then for the next one, I'll do them blue. We'll do blue. Duration we'll set for 500 because this is for debug purposes only, and let's just, I think, yeah. And now we're good. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have areas that we can place things, although I think it's going to be relatively expensive to do in the long run due to the fact that, well, I don't know. I don't know if it'll be expensive, but we're only going to be running this every once in a while. Like, it's just a mass check. Boom. When you press B, it does a check. You might have to iterate on that later. I might have to ask Steve. I might have to go, put it up, give me. And then Steve will hear it from thousands and thousands of miles away, and he'll be like, Raleigh needs me. And he'll put on his superhero cape, get on his computer, load up Discord, and be like, I am here, my friend. But this is a general idea. Right now we have the place where we can set these actors, and then if we want to place them on top of the actors themselves, we have like a center or area in the middle. So we have our open spaces and our closed spaces. But the issue here is getting a universal, right? Because, for instance, this guy, he's getting all these. Right? Now, we might not see it here, but these are overlaid on one another. They're overlaid. So what we have to do now is kind of gather these together and I guess make a set out of all of these, because sets do not take in duplicates. So we'll make a set of each pair. So we'll do a universal check and then we'll figure out something. But I think the set is the best way to go about this. Because, I mean, if we look, we have the stuff, but there's definitely, these are being overlaid 100%. And we just want one copy. We don't need, you know, this space over and over again, however many times it's going to be called. It's 1, 2, 3, 3 times. So, yeah, we'll figure that out. Regardless, I'm getting off for the day. Thank you all so much for being here. Kind of stinks because I really want to do more of this. So I might get back on and do it off stream and then have something to show you guys tomorrow. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, you have an awesome day or night wherever you are. If you haven't already, make sure to like, follow, subscribe, and hit the notification bell as well so you can be notified whenever I'm on streaming or when I drop a video, if I ever make one in the future. I'm going to close this out in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing me to stream today and bringing all my friends in to hang out. Honestly, God, I'm not worthy of these blessings. I want to make each one of these prayers personal, Lord, in the future, and I pray that you're able to give me that. I don't want to just be reciting the same prayer over and over again here on the stream. I'm hoping that maybe with each new day, there's something that you put on my heart or my mind that I can pray about in these prayers to separate them, that can help those who are in here and even help myself. But other than that, I pray for all those less fortunate than us who maybe don't have the ability to do the things that we're able to do but want to do them. I pray that you help them get them to that point where they can do them, Heavenly Father, and yeah, help those less fortunate than us. Anyways, In the name and blood of Christ of Nazareth, amen. All right, guys, I'm bouncing for the night. Y'all have a good one. 5-hour stream. Make sure to like the video. Oh, and just for Chase, Jesus loves you. I think I messed it up, but